yeah.
When the drum beats go like this. Pump up the volume, pump up the volume, pump up the volume, dance, dance.
I also cracked open a diet soda. I like dressing like a cowboy today. Hey everybody, welcome back to the Brain Domain. I'm feeling a little under the weather today. So I'm eating some soup. Eating some soup and I'm dressed like a cowboy. I'm gonna take it like a brave little champion. Meowdy partners. Hope it's not COVID. I don't know where I would have got it from. I don't leave the house. It's probably just the weather or something. Alrighty, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm a little out of sorts today, but we're gonna pull it together. We're gonna pull it together. I've got a presentation for you. Makes me more relatable. I consider myself to be very human. I'm not sure why I wouldn't be relatable. I'm 100% human as far as I know. Well, I mean, my microbiome says otherwise. It's full of other organisms, but for the most part, I'm human. I wish I was part bug. Well. Well, we share 70% of our DNA with slugs, so We could be 70% slug. Humans and pigs have 90%, 98% of the same DNA, which is why if you've ever seen a full-grown pig, it's like disturbingly human. If only that spared them from being delicious. Guess what? Taylor Swift got engaged. Am I saying people taste like pork? Now, I've never tried human, but I've heard that it does taste like pork. That's what I've heard. Old long pig. I only have 15 emails left. Well, that's easy. Nice work. Alright, I'm gonna just hit the ground running here. We've got a question in the box, and this one seems like it's a little multifaceted, so let's take a look. Got a few different questions here. What is nihilism, and what leads someone to subscribe to this way of thinking? Nihilism is it's a worldview that's just devoid of hope. Everything is meaningless. We're all inconsequential. There's just no point, so why even bother? Why even try? It's the ultimate defeatist mindset. So why do people subscribe to this? Well, humans do have a negativity bias, so we are, we do gravitate towards the negative, and we do have a hard time not focusing so much on the negative aspects of things. All sorts of things could lead a person to developing this worldview. Just adverse life experiences. They've just had to deal with loss and grief and pain and abuse or mistreatment, and it just makes them feel like, yeah, this place sucks. What's the point? Everything's hopeless. That's nihilism for you. How do I know if I have nihilist tendencies? Do you find yourself expecting the worst? Do you find yourself feeling that things are meaningless or devoid of value? Do you feel like, why bother? It's all just gonna end one day. So why even try? That's nihilism for you. Sounds a lot like depression to me. Is it a helpful way of thinking at all, or is it just an excuse for inaction? I don't think it's especially helpful, because it's very gloomy. It's very gloomy, it's very defeating, I don't know if it's an excuse for inaction. I feel like it's people just genuinely feeling overwhelmed at their circumstances in life. So you're telling me there's a big old universe out there and I'm not the shining jewel in the center of it? Well, goddamn. You're telling me that in a billion years the sun's gonna grow and it's gonna swallow up the earth and there's gonna be no traces of us left? Well, shit, partner. Might as well just not try. The good thing about nihilism is that it doesn't have to be the end of your belief system. You can take it a step further, and you can adapt a mindset that is referred to as optimistic nihilism. So if you're going to go down the narcissistic rabbit hole, if you're going to go down that path, at least see it through to the end. Optimistic nihilism is when you recognize that everything is inconsequential, nothing matters. Why not try to make the most of it? Why not try to have fun while we're here? Why not try to enjoy it just because we can? Instead of just succumbing to gloom and despair, it's, yeah, sure, everything's inconsequential, I'm just a speck on a speck on a speck, but doesn't matter. So I might as well try to enjoy it. Knowing that a book is going to end does not stop you from enjoying the book. Knowing that a movie is going to end does not stop you from enjoying the movie. But they are both inevitable. Unless you're reading One Piece or something. Nihilists are a bit too focused on the ultimate destination. Everything will end. The universe will be cold and dark and lifeless. And they're missing out on the journey. That's where we're at right now. You know, you don't want to spend the entire journey just thinking about how it's going to end. That means you're missing out on all of those moments that you're in. 'Cause that's where enjoyment lives. That's where joy lives. It lives in the moment that you experience it. Everyone is a star. It's true, the atoms that build up your body will spend longer inside of a star than they ever will inside of you. So in a way, you're basically just a star on vacation. I would say there's a contribution from day-to-day drudgery that can make people feel things are also futile or life is only suffering. See, now you're getting somewhere. Now you're getting somewhere. You see that the society we live in wants us to feel this way. If they didn't, they would give us what we need, but they don't, and they make us fight for it every time. They want us to feel defeated, because then we're more easily manipulated. Which is why you can choose joy as a form of protest. In a system that otherwise wants to strip you of joy, do it anyway. I'm actively trying to organize, but I more so struggle with planning and motivation. I'm trying to work on the planning aspect, but I often find myself feeling like my efforts are futile, or it's too late to act, or my work won't amount to the right outcome. It could. Do it anyway. Fuck it. I can guarantee you will feel better having tried, even if it doesn't go anywhere, than if you just never tried at all. Just living with that what if of like, what would it have been like if I did that thing, or asked that person out, or took in that chance? It eats at you, the unknown. Maybe you need to partner up with somebody who's good at that thing. Maybe you need to partner up with somebody. You want to organize, you want to plan, you want to motivate. Find people that can fill in your weak spots. That's what organizing is all about, is about recognizing people's strengths and bringing people together so we can form a cohesive unit. I've heard people say maintain revolutionary optimism, but I don't know what that means or what it would actually look like. I imagine it just means gritting your teeth and just pushing through the frustrations, doubts, and setbacks. Maybe I misunderstood what it means. Thank you for taking these questions. Revolutionary optimism is a little bit different than what we talked about earlier with nihilistic optimism. Revolutionary optimism refers to the belief that we have to keep up the fight. We have to keep fighting for what we need and what we deserve as the working class, as members of the have-nots. And we have to keep fighting because we believe that we will win. Because the opposition wants us to give up. The opposition wants us to lose hope and fall into despair. That's why they try so hard to make that happen. It all comes down to, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Anyway, that's what it means. Sometimes it's about gritting through and bearing it, but it's about believing that if not today, someday, things will be better. Might not be for me, it might not be for my kids, it might not be for my kids' kids, but we will keep up the fight. Because we can't afford to quit. Somebody's got to hold the torch, you know? You got to pass that torch down. You got to keep that fire lit. Can't let them snuff you out. I have a question for you, chat. It's just a simple yes or no question. Try not to overthink it. Do you want to be happy? If the answer is yes, then do it. When you ask yourself this question and you put yourself into this headspace, what it'll do is it'll bring up all of those terms and conditions that you have associated with your happiness. You try to answer the question, do I want to be happy? Well, sure, absolutely, of course. Except, this thing needs to be different. Or I need to have that better job, or I need to be, a different body type, That's rigidly defining your happiness. That's applying preferences to it. The question was, do you want to be happy? Not, do you want to be happy, but only if you're more fit, or if you're more well paid, or whatever. Don't let preference get in the way of you enjoying life. Don't gatekeep your own happiness. the environment around you will affect your happiness as well. Why? Doesn't have to. That's just blaming someone else or something else for what's going on inside of me. Your happiness exists within you. It has nothing to do with anybody or anything else. It is simply a feeling that your body and mind are capable of producing. We hold on to all of those rigid definitions for what would make us happy, and the irony of that is that it prevents us from ever getting there. The sooner you let all that go, the sooner you can have it all. Just remember, we're just sitting on a ball of dirt, spinning around a star in some back corner of the galaxy. A single galaxy amongst countless galaxies. Isn't that kind of cool? That in all of that space and that all of that activity, here you are, alive and aware. So if you had all of those things, would you then be happy? And if any of those things was taken from you, would you not be happy again? What I'm talking about is the path of unconditional happiness, and it's one of the highest practices you can do. Because it solves everything. So it's worth giving a shot. Happy for my health, happy for the opportunity, happy for a family even though things aren't ideal. I'm not there yet. It's kind of like one of those lines in math, one of those exponential curves, and it's like it goes at an arc and it gets closer and closer to infinity, but it never actually reaches it. That's kind of what it's like. The better you get at it, the more you realize that you could still improve. There's still a ways to go. You'll always be a work in progress. And that's pretty cool. I need advice. Long story short, I have a coworker who talks crap about me behind my back. I confronted them, and of course they denied. Well, how did you find out, is what I want to know. Did somebody else tell you about it, or did you catch them in the act? If somebody else told you about it, then that means that that other person is probably on your side, because instead of keeping it to themselves, they came and talked to you about it. Hey, so-and-so's been talking shit. And so that's a good thing. Shows that people want to let you know what's going on behind the scenes. Both? So they're just a shit talker. Alright. When I did confront, I came off strong upset. Now the managers think I'm the problem because the coworker said I'm following them around and won't leave them alone. Mind you, the manager also causes drama but won't admit it. What is this, high school? Or don't we have a job to do, people? Don't we have work to do? What do we do here? Is this a drama factory? My problem here is that I try to be friendly with everyone, but if they cause problems, I call them out on their BS, especially if it involves me. Any advice to not let this get to me? Yeah, I have some. Allow shit talkers to shit talk. It will always end up biting them back in the ass. People can recognize a shit talker. And don't assume that people take them as seriously as you might think. I would just say, just show up, be friendly, do your job, give them nothing to complain about, and then allow the shit talker to just, you know, dig their own hole. I know it can be tough when it feels like there are people out there talking shit on you. The way I come to peace with that is to look at it and say, well, at least they're talking about me. They could be talking about anything else. It's a big world out there, and an even bigger universe. They could be talking about anything, and they're talking about me. There's also a lot of negativity at my workplace. Well, it sounds like it. Sounds a bit dramatic. Sounds very high school. It's always unfortunate when you find yourself in one of those jobs. If drama is the norm at your workplace, then I wouldn't worry too much about this drama. That's just what they do. They'll find something else to complain about in a couple days, so just leave them to it. That's what drama addicts do. They want to poke a beehive and see if anything comes out, and if nothing comes out, they move on to the next beehive. Which reminds me, I should do a presentation on drama addiction. You thought I was clocking you in some of these other slideshows. Just wait until the drama addiction presentation. My boss says this is the most drama. Okay, well, she's always, yeah, okay. The people who always complain about drama are also the ones who are very dramatic. Because complaining about drama is drama. So I would just try to be cool, try to be nice, just go there, do your job, get paid. And then just not play into whatever childish game they're trying to play. She's the boss, can't she fix it? That's implying that she would want to fix it, because drama addicts don't want to give it up. As much as they like to complain about drama, they would go crazy with boredom if they didn't have the drama. So when you're dealing with people who are wired for drama, just take a step back and mind your own business. They'll find something else to gossip about before long, I can guarantee it. Should I tell her I don't want to hear the gossip? I would just let her know that I'm not interested in gossiping at work. So if there's anything else that you need, let me know. If not, I'm going to get back to it. All right. Yep. All right. Or just tell her, do it, lady. Yeah, let me circle back to you on that one. You know what you can also do when people want to be dramatic? You can just smile and nod and just say, yeah, all right, yeah. What they're looking for is you to agree with them, or they're looking for you to be like, yeah, I know, right? Like, I can't believe. And also, they did this thing. It's like they want you to like add fuel to it, but just wait them out. Just be like, okay, all right. Like they're giving you a report. Like, okay, all right. Okay. Well, I understand. I'm gonna get back to work. Nice talking to you. That way you don't have to be like hostile or dismissive or be like, I don't do drama, I'm a professional. You know, that way you don't, because that in a way can also be dramatic. Like, oh, they said they're too good for drama. They think I'm dramatic. And that might just lead into more drama. And so I think the way to handle it is to just acknowledge what they're saying. Like somebody's just reading you off a Wikipedia article entry. They're just telling you about bridges in London, and you're like, yep, all right, okay, all right then. Well, it was nice talking to you. I'm gonna get back to work. Just go NPC mode. Just go NPC mode and just... They'll never catch on. It's true. It's true. They'll never suspect a thing. Instead, what they're probably going to do is come back at you with even juicier gossip because they're like, they must have not thought that that was very juicy, so next time I come to them with drama, I got to give them something really spicy. And then just do the same thing until they stop coming to you with drama. Then just let nature sort itself out. I feel like a lot of people have a general distrust for shit talkers because I don't know about you, but anytime somebody comes up to me and they're just like primarily shit talking other people, it's like, what the fuck are you saying about me when I'm not here? It's it's mind-blowing that she doesn't think she's the problem. She's been working at the company for over 40 years. She is a relic from a time gone by. This woman was working in an office in the 1980s. It was a different world back then, okay? There's a lot of cocaine. Couple Quaaludes. It was a different time. Drama was the norm, because we didn't have the internet to satisfy our drama addiction. So we had to go to work for the drama addiction. I can't wait for the drama addiction presentation. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. By the way, I got a new flannel at Costco. Do you like these colors? Do I look like a cowman? Let's take a look. Let's see what we got going on here. By the way, Katsuki, thank you for the 5. Katsuki with the 5 months. The preferred nomenclature is cowpoke. I'm a cow, he, him. Alright, let's take a look at this question. I'm in a really weird stage in my life that I haven't ever had to work through before. I've been having chronic pain for a while, and I'm going to physical therapy now to try and better manage it. Good. Good. Physical therapy can really be life-changing with dealing with chronic pain. So that's good. While this has all been going on, the pain has just been a constant drain on my energy and desire to do anything outside of just going home when I'm not required to be at work. It's because you're healing. You're resting. You know, it's frustrating, but it's the way that it needs to be so that you can get better. You know, you're working through something, and if you were out and about, you know, moving and grooving, you could inadvertently make the pain worse. And so, in a way, in a way, even though it might feel a little isolating, and it might be a bit depressing, having that downtime is still really important. On top of that, it has severely diminished my ability to be tolerant of anything outside of light, playful poking between friends. There are some people in my life that don't understand boundaries, so I know I can't be around them because of my current situation. It sounds like you might be outgrowing some people. And partner, that's just the way it is. What you'll find in life is that sometimes you'll have a companion out there on the trail and they'll be riding with you for miles, but then you know what? You gotta take a left and they gotta take a right. And that's just the way it is. You'll find in life that as you reach new milestones, you may have to leave some people behind. It's not fun to have to do it. It's not a very joyful thing to think about, but it is still the truth. Sometimes we grow in different directions from the people that we've had in our life for a while. Doesn't mean that you can't find your way back together again, though. You know, this parting may only be temporary. Our trails may cross yet again. And so if there are people in your life that you might just need a break from, or maybe you just need some respite, take that time. It just kind of sucks because I feel like I have to separate myself from my other friends when they are present, but I know it's the best option for me mentally. Even though I know I need to do this to protect myself, I often wonder if I am overreacting or if I'm just the problem in the situation, which can really send me in a slump. Do you have any tips for breaking this thought loop? You probably aren't the one overreacting. You're thinking about having good boundaries with people, and you're thinking about, yeah, like, I think your head's in the right place. You're just going through some things because you're going through physical therapy and you're trying to get a grip on your chronic pain. Any tips for breaking this thought loop? Since you mentioned having chronic pain and you mentioned doing physical therapy, something that you might want to work into that mix is some mindfulness meditation. They've done a lot of studies and research on this, and they've found that meditation can improve chronic pain. It can also help you to break out of thought loops. And so I would say that, in combination with physical therapy and practicing setting healthier boundaries for yourself, really take you in a good direction. Tip of the hat to you, Sugar Biscuit. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for gifting that sub. I just want to say, not just to Questioner, but to everyone here, people who are actually the problem don't normally sit there and think about, well, am I actually the problem? It just doesn't really work that way. Most people who actually are the problem are going over all of the reasons why they're not the problem. I only did this because they said this. Or I only said that because they deserved that. You know, you're doing introspection and you're looking at the ways that you might be contributing to the stress of a situation, and that's a good thing. So give yourself some credit. But I wish they would. Well, give them time and maybe they'll get bored enough to do it one day. Remember that study where they left people in a room for 15 minutes with a button, and if they pressed the button, it gave them an electric shock? And most people shock themselves rather than just sit there alone with their own thoughts. So just give people time. Maybe they'll get there eventually. Maybe they'll get so bored that they decide to finally look inwards and ask themselves, maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I'm the bad guy. They'll recognize the skulls on their uniform and maybe I'm the bad guy. I am, though. I'm toxic. It's not about never being toxic. It's about recognizing your own toxicity and then doing something about it. So what would you like to do about it? You've said that you're toxic. What would you like to do about that? Being toxic isn't like a binary on-off black-white thing. Anybody can have toxic traits. It's about recognizing them and amending them so that they don't ruin your relationships. Yes, when they are alone and have lots of time to think. Exactly. We can't change people's minds. All we can do is tell them how we feel and then give them all the time they need to sit there and think about it. Who knows, maybe they'll get there. The day you plant the seed is not the day you eat the fruit. Notebook out? Yeah, take some notes. Just hearing stuff, that's just one way of absorbing knowledge. Turning it back into words, converting it into writing, that helps to lock that information in. Hi, Papa. I guess I've been a bit down recently. I quit my job last year because my mental health was in the shitter. Hey, we've all been there. We've all done it. We've all been there. But I proud to say that I've been doing really well recently thanks to your advice. I had depressive symptoms for a few years, but things have been looking up. Really took this year to focus on my health, mentally and physically. Luckily, I had enough money saved up to have this rare opportunity, but anxiety is creeping back up if I'm able to find a job. Yeah, but you're a fighter now. You've shown just what you can do, and so the thing about overcoming anxiety and depression and any of those other types of struggles is that defeating them does not always make them go away forever. Defeating them shows you that you can win. And they might pop back up again, so just win again. You've memorized its moveset. You understand the mechanics. Just defeat the boss again. You know the strats. Cheese it. Field is so oversaturated, and I've been reaching out to recruiters, but nothing yet. Just trying to remind myself that I'll get something, but the gap year worries me. Sometimes my days are aimless, but I try and find things that give me meaning besides the usual getting up and finding job. I guess I just needed some words of encouragement to get me through this hurdle. You've already made it through the worst of it. And so, while it feels really scary because it's reminding you of those old feelings, you're a new person now. You're stronger, you're faster, you've got more magic points, you've probably got some more HP. So if anything, you're over-leveled for the challenge. You know, if the field that you're applying to is really oversaturated, then maybe just finding some other type of employment in the meantime while you continue to search. You know, because it might take a while. It might take a while, and so just having something that can give you, you know, a little bit of stability, a little bit of income, you know, it'll also make you feel less bad about not doing things during the day. So I would say just find a job that you can tolerate. Just find a job that you like. Find a job that's just okay. And then keep looking for that dream job. Does it mention which field? It does not. You know, maybe finding a job in a similar or an adjacent field. You know, something where your skill set can translate over. Maybe just something that you don't mind that much. If I had to go back and get a job, I would probably just go do security somewhere. Just stand there, look big. Just deter people from mischief. Stand there like this. I think it's important that we don't, and I'm not saying you do. I'm not saying you do. It's just, it's something that you'll see people kind of do sometimes. It's like we feel like we're too good for a certain job. So just find a job that you like. Find a job that pays you enough to pay your bills and maybe a little extra. You know, just so that you don't have to worry so much. But I will just say, whatever job you end up doing, just do it like it's the job that you want to do. You know, even if it's not your dream job, there's still value in showing up and doing your best at that job. Because if we go to a job and we just do it mindlessly and we just hate being there, it's like, it sucks. It's just, but what we like is we like to feel like we're growing and progressing and getting better at something. And so even if it's, you know, even if you're scrubbing toilets, scrub toilets like you've never scrubbed toilets before. You know, scrub your heart's content. I saw a study that said that phlebotomist was one of the most secure jobs from being replaced by a robot. We're not going to have robots drawing our blood anytime soon. That's good. That just sounds terrible. Can you imagine, though? Always need cleaners. It's true, we always need cleaners, and nobody's too good to clean. Nobody's too good to clean. Don't view any job as being beneath you. If it's a job that's necessary within society, it's not beneath you. And again, I'm not saying you do that, but people do it. You know what I mean? Like, there are people out there who do that. I think they're too good to do a certain job. I wouldn't worry about AI taking jobs. Whether or not AI takes anybody's job, a lot of people in the tech industry are acting like that's going to happen, and that's a problem for people. It might not actually replace all that many people, but that's not going to stop them from trying to replace you. Already been replaced where I work at. You're definitely going to see a lot of downsizing. It's like you might have had a team of 5 and now it's a team of 2, but you've got, you know, AI or, you know, to help automate tasks or something. Well, partner, we're just gonna have to see if that bubble bursts or not. Or maybe we'll end up having to fight Terminator robots. You know, in the world of an AI takeover, be a John Connor. Or be a Sarah Connor, if that's more your speed. Oh yeah, it's true. I've been to the drive-thru, and when I go to Taco Bell, I have to talk to a robot. Like, hi, would you like to give me your 4-digit app code? And I always have to be like, no. I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Would you like to give me your 4-digit app code? No. Okay. What would you like to order today? You gotta constantly give an AI electricity, but a human only needs that burger. They'll realize which is cheaper. You should see how much water it takes to produce a single cheeseburger. It makes me glad I never go to a drive-thru. Ooh, somebody's robophobic. I'm glad I never had to talk to no stinking robot. It was a spicy tomato and cabbage soup, and I think it was just what I needed. Never underestimate the power of a good soup. Good news, though, is that they put the cracker back in Cracker Barrel. And finally, a bit of good news today. Their stocks tanked when they did the new logo, and then their stock jumped again when they got a new logo. Or they brought their old logo back. You know what's funny is that before the change, Cracker Barrel was basically just like a meme. People didn't actually want to go there or eat there unless you were just like, you know. And so there was just all of this outrage about the change to the logo, but I think a lot of it just wasn't even really genuine. A lot of it just was people who are bored and they want something harmless and fun to complain about instead of the grim reality that is the world we live in. And so, yeah, sure, let's complain about the meme restaurant changing its logo to be, you know, graphic design is my passion. And so they brought the cracker back to Cracker Barrel. This is what it looks like inside of every Cracker Barrel you'll go to. What do you see when you look at this picture? Aside from just rusty farm equipment on the walls, what else do you notice about this picture? Does this look like the type of restaurant chain that should go woke? I don't think so. The only time I ate at Cracker Barrel was because we thought it'd be funny. Exactly. It's like a meme restaurant. They're like, hey, you want to go to the old folks restaurant where they got farm equipment on the walls and you have to go through a gift shop? Cracker Barrel as a restaurant, as a concept, is a bit of a meme amongst younger generations. And so they tried to rebrand it for the younger generations, and they're like, oh no, that's not what we want. Don't kill the meme. Don't kill the meme. Cracker Barrel, like, I've been there and like the food's just okay. Like, it's okay at best. It's never gonna be like mind blowing. It's never gonna be like anything revolutionary. It's not gonna be like, oh my god, this is the best food I've ever had. It's like, no, it's okay. I would say it's better than like IHOP probably. As far as, I don't know, like IHOP is just not that good. You know. Sorry if you're an IHOP fan, you know, I feel sorry for you. But, you know, if it's the middle of the night and I need to go somewhere for food, I would rather go to Waffle House. I would rather go to Waffle House because the crew running that late night Waffle House, they're running that place like the Navy. I don't know what's going on in the IHOP late at night. I don't know what they're doing at Denny's behind the counter when I go in there in the middle of the night, but it's no good. It's no good. I like Waffle House because like you can see what everybody's doing and they're busting their asses. You used to be able to smoke cigarettes inside Waffle House too, during my lifetime. The rage over the marketing change, really? They're just trying to distract you from the Epstein files. Saw a lot of memes of Waffle House never closing no matter what's going on. They say that's the Waffle House indicator is like it's a good sign on how severe weather is going to be. Like if you're in Florida and there's a hurricane coming in and the Waffle House is closed, you know it's going to be bad. Yes, it's the Waffle House index. Alright everybody, we're all caught up on the questions, so how are we feeling about a little presentation? Prezi time? Prezi time? One of the really important things in healing, changing your mind, letting go of pain, is perspective. A lot of what goes into healing is opening up to a new perspective. A lot of progress and a lot of growth can be found in opening up to a new perspective on yourself. It can make you be more compassionate, more patient, more forgiving. So that's what today is all about. And so that's what today's all about. We're going to talk about the power of perspective. Are you ready, kids? All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it, partner. Each of us sees the world through our own lens. And this lens is shaped by our experiences, our emotions, our habits, our thoughts. This lens can help us to understand life clearly, but sometimes it actually narrows our view and traps us in stress or in self-criticism. A really important part of opening up new paths forward for us is to shift our perspective so that we can see our problems a little bit differently. And so this is what we're going to do today. We're going to talk about what perspective really is. We're going to talk about why it's so powerful, and we're going to go over some different techniques that can help us shift into healthier, more compassionate viewpoints. But before we begin, I want to just ask you a question. Why is it so difficult sometimes to open up to a new perspective? Why is it sometimes so challenging to open up to a new perspective? The one I currently have is correct. Exactly. We have a way of convincing ourselves that the way that we feel and think right now must be correct. Because if it wasn't correct, then that would mean that I was wrong, and if I was wrong, then that would make me a poo-poo dummy head. And I just can't have that. I couldn't stomach the possibility of me being a stinky poo-poo diaper baby. And so I'm just going to assume that I am correct. I am right. My perspective is the right one. I understand that other people have their own perspectives, but they're wrong. Because sometimes we identify with our beliefs. That is true. We do identify sometimes as our beliefs. And it can be hard to let those beliefs go because it feels like losing a part of ourselves. It feels like losing our sense of identity. And we don't want to do that. The ego doesn't want to do that. The ego is what likes to cling to things. The ego is the part of you that says, this is who I am, this is how I feel, this is what I believe, this is what I'm meant to be, this is what I need to do. It is trying very desperately to define itself. And it's a big part of what keeps us locked into our own perspective. And so it's natural that opening up to a new perspective can be challenging. We've all been there. We've all had moments. Maybe we had an argument with somebody. Maybe we felt justified in doing something that we did. And then maybe because of time, maybe because of someone else's, words, we're able to open up to a new perspective on how things played out, and we see things a little differently. Doesn't feel good to be wrong, and that's another reason why we don't like to let our perspective go, or we don't like to open up to new perspectives, because it makes us feel like, well, I was wrong and that makes me a fool, and I am nobody's fool. But if a new perspective can actually take you to a more reality-based viewpoint, and it's, it opens up an avenue for healing within you, that's a good thing. In that case, you actually want to be wrong. Anyway, let's get into it. What is perspective exactly? Your perspective is like a mental filter, and you use it to interpret everything that happens to you. It's important to note that it's not an absolute truth. It's your personal version of reality. It's influenced by your biases, your beliefs, and your past experiences. Two people can go through the same event and walk away with completely different stories about what it meant. When we recognize this, it reminds us that if one perspective hurts us, there are always others that might help us to heal. Oops, I'm late for the presentation. Nah, we're just getting to the good part, so you're right on time. You're right on time. Before I move on, I just want to talk a little bit more about perspective. Why do we hold on to some beliefs more strongly than other beliefs? Why are there some beliefs that we can let go of pretty easily? Like maybe there was a band you were really into when you were 14 and you grew out of them because they were just not that good. Your perspective has changed. Why is it that some of our beliefs are easy to change, and why is it that others are harder to change? The process is still the same, changing a belief. It's fundamentally no different. And yet, letting go of some beliefs is much more difficult. Why would that be? Is it because they're tied to emotions or memories? Yeah. Yes. Now, since that is the case, it's because there's something that they are anchored to. They are tied to emotions and beliefs. What type of emotions and belief? What type of emotions or memories, rather? What type of emotions or memories would form the strongest connection? Which of your memories, which of your past experiences do you cling to the most tightly? I've had some people also mention duration. That's also a thing. Sometimes it's just duration. Sometimes it's something you've been doing so long that it just feels like, yeah, this is just what I do. I've been doing this since I was a kid. We tend to hold on to beliefs that are impactful on us. Those could be good, those could be bad. We do have a little bit of a negativity bias because it's a survival tool. You know, we need to understand what hurts us so that we avoid it. And because of that, we're a little bit sensitive to the negative. The shameful ones. Shame is one of those powerful teachers there is. Doesn't mean that we want to utilize it any more than we absolutely have to. I feel like shame is useful when it's manifested within us, like I did something bad and I'm genuinely shameful for what I've done. That works. But since shame is so powerful, people try to use it on other people to influence how they feel. Other people will make others feel ashamed for what they've done in order to teach them a lesson. So shame is a very powerful teacher. Wield it with caution. Core beliefs we form in childhood are the most powerful usually. The way that that works is it's not unlike how a pearl forms inside of an oyster. It starts off with that little bit that other things can cling to, and then it just continues to get added onto and the layers form, and eventually you have the fully formed belief. And usually that's not until you're an adult that it's full grown, it's fully developed. Many seeds are planted within your mind during your development, but you do have some say as far as which of them am I going to water. You know, you might, for example, have parents who are just very careless, very absent-minded, very, but you might not be that type of person. You might not pick up on their behaviors, even though they've instilled within you the idea that what they're doing is okay because it's what they're doing. You might still recognize that that's not how I want to be. In this presentation, we're going to be talking about opening up to new perspective. So you might want to just give some thought to, and you don't have to share any of this if you don't want to. You can keep this all to yourself, but you're probably going to have some thoughts come to mind, some perspectives in your life that are painful. It might be moments of regret. It might be moments of shame or, but in recognizing those perspectives that we hold on to that are painful, that's recognizing where the work needs to be done. And so it might hurt just a little bit, but it's for a good purpose. We gotta find where the wound is so that we can tend to it. All right, let's get into it. Why is perspective so important? When we get trapped in a narrow perspective, it's like being stuck in a mental cage. We stop reaching out to people, we stop leaving the house. Our life just gets smaller and smaller and smaller. We form these narrow little grooves, and then we just continue to dig those grooves deeper and deeper and deeper as we just engage in a repetitive behavior. As we say often here, I like to think that this is a bit of a catchphrase. The walls that you put up to protect you can also be your prison. When we hold on to rigid viewpoints, what does this drive within our mind? Rigid viewpoints are very rarely helpful. Instead, they're often driving our negative self-talk. Oh, I'm such a piece of shit. Nobody likes me. Everybody hates me. I should go eat worms. You know, negative self-talk. Keeps us anxious. A rigid viewpoint keeps us anxious because maintaining that viewpoint is a balancing act in and of itself. And so there's a lot of anxiety baked into it. Holding on to rigid viewpoints is actually very stressful. Keeps the conflicts going because it closes you off from avenues of healing. So, what are some benefits of shifting our perspective? Well, here are some things that it can help you to do. It can help you to break out of those cycles of rumination and overthinking. 5 extra credit points. Rumination. What do we mean? What do we mean by rumination? Dwelling in sorrow? Well said, very poetic. Repeated thinking over and over. Well defined. Clearly defined. That's what it is. Rumination is constantly rehashing the same thing over and over and over. Can't believe I said that thing. Can't believe I did that thing. Can't believe I wore that dress. Can't believe I shit my pants. And it just plays on a loop in your mind like a DVD home menu screen. Follow-up question for you. Extra credit. What happens to those thoughts when you continue to repeat them? What does that do to the thought? What does the repetition do? They get strengthened, they get reinforced. Absolutely. It's kind of like a trench. Or it's kind of like the path that a sled would leave on a snowy hill. And then every time that path gets used again, it gets dug a little deeper, it gets a little bit more packed down, it gets a little bit more slippery, and then it makes it stronger, and it makes it easier to access, and it also makes it more, it gets stronger. There's just any number of ways to define it, but yeah, it makes it stronger. Our perspective can also keep us locked into cycles of overthinking. Okay, so we said that rumination was dwelling on the past and getting caught in these negative thought loops, and that's that can be a bit of a depressive thing, right? And so overthinking, on the flip side, is kind of like an anxiety thing. Now, the two often come hand in hand. Depression and anxiety are very closely related. Overthinking. Overthinking is like practice for future overthinking. And so every time we are overthinking, we are getting better at overthinking. A shift in our perspective can also help us to notice solutions and opportunities that we might have overlooked the first time. You know, maybe you were young and dumb and full of shit. You know, maybe you were just a dumb kid. And you're looking back and you're like, you know what? I was the one in the wrong, you know? I lashed out and they were offering me help, or they were offering me an opportunity, but I didn't recognize it at the time. Opening up to a new perspective also allows you to extend more compassion towards yourself. And I know what some of you were thinking. Who, me? Compassion? Bah. I don't deserve compassion. I'm terrible. I'm an awful person. Why should I have any compassion towards myself? Because everybody deserves compassion. If everybody deserves compassion, then you also deserve compassion as well. You're not exempt from that rule. And so, opening up to a new perspective can kind of be like looking at yourself as if you were someone else, and this can allow you to extend compassion more easily. For example, it might be harder to forgive yourself if you did something in the past, even if it's been years, if you still identify as that person. Like, yeah, I don't want to have compassion for that person, I still am that person. But if you no longer identify as that person, if you've grown from that, if you're somebody else, it's easier to recognize that, and it's easier to extend compassion to that person. Opening up to new perspective doesn't just help us with ourselves, it can also help us to understand and empathize with others. It can also help to ease the tension in our relationships. In many ways, perspective is the difference between feeling like life is happening to us versus happening through us. All right. Let's get into a few different techniques that can help to open us up to new perspectives. Let's start off with a family favorite, the best friend technique. The best friend technique. You can try this one along with us if you'd like. Just think of a point within your life, one of those pressure points, one of those challenges. Maybe it's something that's going on right now. Maybe it's something that you've already worked through, but you are open to having a little bit of new perspective on it. You know, just because you've moved on from something and healed from something doesn't mean that you can't still open up to new perspectives on it. So just think about something that comes to mind for you. And imagine that your closest friend or someone you care about deeply, somebody that you want to see happy and healthy and, you wouldn't wish anything bad on them. Imagine that they are going through or that they went through whatever you went through or whatever it is you're currently facing. And ask yourself these questions. What would I say to them? What would I say to them? Or how would I comfort or encourage them? Take a moment, think about it. I'm terrible at showing empathy. Empathy is like a muscle. You've got to work it out. Also, it's often difficult to show empathy to others when you're going through a challenging time yourself. But the good thing is that empathy is a skill and you only have to practice it. Gee, I'm giving myself compliments. Wow, look at the power of that new perspective. What sort of stuff popped up in your mind? If you were practicing along and you don't mind sharing with the rest of us, what sort of things popped up? How was your approach? Did you notice that I was definitely softer, more friendly, more compassionate? Most of us naturally give others more kindness and patience than we give ourselves. A lot less harsh than I am on myself. I would never talk to a friend the way I talk to myself. And how do you think your friend would feel if they found out that you were talking to yourself that way? Wouldn't it make them sad? You don't want to make your friend sad, do you? So knock it off. Visualizing what I would say to someone struggling and being truthful. Hell yeah. Always forgetting that I'm people too, Sag. I'll never forget that you're people. Think of a few people I would want to make eternally sad. They'll find their way there on their own. You don't need to help them along. Because that's making your life's mission sadness, and I don't know if that's your calling. Just think about how miserable people on the internet are when they spend a lot of their free time just keeping tabs on people that they hate. And you know, and not even for like valid reasons, just for like petty internet drama bullshit. You know what I mean? We don't need to work towards the suffering of anybody else. They'll find their way there on their own. So instead, we're going to focus on protecting our peace instead of preparing for war. I have some affirmations in this one. This presentation, there's some affirmations included. Feel free to try them yourself. You can say them out loud to yourself, you could just think them in your head, or just try them on and see how they make you feel. This one is, I deserve the same compassion that I freely give to people that I care about. If you notice certain aspects of your psyche popping up in contest of that notion, just tell those parts of you to shh. Ignore those parts of you that pop up that are like, well, actually, I don't deserve it because I'm actually such a terrible person because in the 3rd grade I once cut off somebody's pigtail with a pair of scissors. And I've been a terrible person ever since. I didn't actually do that, by the way. Just for clarification, that wasn't me. I didn't do it. I did punch a kid in the 1st grade once because he cut me in line, and then I said, hey, you can't cut me in line. And they turned around and he said, what are you going to do about it, bitch? And so I punched him. I look back, I still feel justified in it. I don't feel bad about it at all. Just don't ask me that question. Just don't ask me, what are you gonna do about it, bitch? Who knows? I just might do something about it. A 1st grader said bitch. This kid was like, he was only in our classroom for a short time and he had some behavioral challenges, so I'm not, like, he wasn't there for a long time, but yeah, he was always getting into trouble. I was as surprised as you were. I'm on mute. Did Chad punch a 1st grader? Not only did I punch a 1st grader, but I also don't feel bad about it. But it's important to understand that I was also in 1st grade at the time. I wasn't a full-grown man fighting a 1st grader. It was an even playing field, okay? How many first graders could I take now? Probably quite a few. You just pick up the first one that gets to you and you start spinning in a circle and you just... You know what I mean? What are they gonna do? You pick up the first one, you'd use them as a bludgeon. The rest of them are gonna... You know, shock and awe. And I'm joking, don't fight children. Fighting children is bad, okay? Don't do it. Don't do it. Resist the urge. Don't do it. All right. Let's get the train back on the tracks, shall we? Practicing the best friend technique helps you to soften your harsh self-criticism. And it also gives you some practice at approaching your struggles with more gentleness. In the same way that you would with a friend or somebody that you really care about. Any questions about this technique? If anybody here has tried it, how did you find it? If anybody wants to still try it before we move on, I'll give you a minute. I just want to hear your thoughts on it. Have you tried this? Has it been successful for you? Have you noticed any benefit from doing it? I've found that learning how to do this and learning how to let go of that harsh self-criticism is very freeing. It's very refreshing. Your inner critic has some sharp claws. And it'll be nice to kind of dial that back a little bit. I use it all the time and it has helped me tremendously. Nice. That's good. You're recognizing the potency of this perspective shift. If you're somebody that's endured a lot of pain in your life, learning how to view yourself as somebody that you have compassion for can be a challenge. You know, because of your experiences, you might view yourself as undeserving, or you might view it as an impossibility. You might closely entangle the concept of love with the concept of pain, and so you might avoid. But it doesn't really matter the reasons why. What matters is, what are you going to do about it? A new perspective can really help to shift the narrative. I made 2 copies of myself in my mind and they're arguing about fashion. They need to come to an agreement. The meeting is not to argue over fashion. The meeting is to talk about what we like most about fashion. Where do they see eye to eye? All right, partners. Are you ready to mosey on from this one? The best friend technique is one of my favorites, but we're going to go over a few other perspective shifting techniques. And I would say, try them all out. See which one you like the most. See which one fits best for whatever it is you're trying to change perspective on. Because they're all useful in their own ways. All right, up next, we're going to talk about the future self perspective. Now, you and I both know that a problem feels overwhelming in the moment, but over time, the significance fades. Just think about a moment in your life in the past. You know, maybe you were a teenager, or maybe you were a kid, and it was something that you were like very overwhelmed with. I remember I couldn't find my Game Boy once and I cried. Like, yeah. I was overwhelmed in the moment. Now I look back and it's kind of funny. I looked everywhere. I couldn't find it. I was distraught. I was like, what is going on here? I did end up finding it though. No worries. No worries. I found it. Anyway, the point is, while problems feel overwhelming in the moment, they often fade in significance over time, so they're not as stressful as they are in the moment that you experience them. And so the key to this technique is to try to ask yourself, how will I see this situation 1 year from now? Or 5 years from now? Or even further out, 10 years from now? How will I see this situation? I'll give you some examples. Let's say that you get into an argument with a friend or a sibling or somebody, and you're like, oh, they pissed me off so much, I'm never going to talk to them again. How would you feel about that after a year? Like, ooh, I'm so mad at him, I might not talk to him for a year. Okay, well, how about 5 years? 5 years? Well, I don't know. That seems that seems like a long time. I don't know. 10 years? Wow, okay, yeah. If we ended up not talking for 10 years because of this, like, there's just no way. Like, I'm frustrated, but I'm not that frustrated. This is especially helpful for those moments of frustration where it's like something relatively minor. You get a paper cut, you spill a cup of coffee. You stub your toe. You say something goofy at the office Christmas party. The real power of this technique is that it helps you to reduce the stress in the moment while helping you to focus on what actually matters in the long run. We can get so dialed in, we can get so hyper-focused on those tiny little moments that go through our lives, but it's missing the forest for the trees. It's a great way to kind of take a step back and say, you know, how will I feel about this moment in a year? It's like, I probably won't even remember that this happened in a year. Well, okay, well, if that's the case, then maybe I don't need to be so stressed out about it today. Not me using stubbing your toe and spilling coffee as examples, and then two people are both like, actually, that just happened to me and I'm devastated. Actually, you know, maybe that means they're great examples. They're relatable examples. People are always out here spilling shit and bumping into stuff. We've all done it. All right. Here's another example of a way that you could engage with this technique, because it doesn't have to be like what I do in a year or 5 years or whatever. That's just one way to do it. Another way would be just recognizing that one day this will just be a story that I can tell. How do I want that story to sound? So anyways, there I was, and I shit my pants. It was hilarious. Or do you want it to be, and there I was, On the worst day of my life, I shit my pants. There are two types of people in this world, people who have sharded and people who lie about never having sharded. It happens. It's true. Part of life. You know, maybe one day you're sick with the flu or you've got a bad cold or something and you think you can trust a fart, but nope. Dad, are farts heavy? I think also everybody, well, maybe not everybody, but I certainly remember my first shart. I remember thinking, you know, hey, up until that point, farts were funny. You know, I'm just a young boy. I think farts are hilarious. Until the day when I finally had a shart and I was like, they can do that? It was during the Olympics. I was a child and was watching the Olympics at my grandparents' house. It can be nice to think back about moments in your life that historically might have been embarrassing or painful, but being able to turn those into meaningful stories. Could be a story that you tell and it's kind of funny and humorous. You're like, yeah, so there I was, I shit my pants. Or maybe it could be a story that you share to inspire others. You know, maybe somebody's talking to you about some hardships that they're going through and you've been through something similar, and maybe you want to, you know, share your story so that they can, yeah. All right. This one might be the most challenging of all of them, but it's still an important one to practice. Role reversal. When we're in a conflict, it's very easy to stay stuck in our own feelings. Role reversal asks us to step into the other person's shoes, and that's not always easy to do. And so this one's more of a challenge, but it's also one that can still be important to practice. Ask yourself, if I were them, how might I be feeling? What pressures or fears might shape their reaction? You're trying to offer empathy even during conflict. And so this is a real test of your empathy skill. I'll give you an example of when I've practiced this. It's like I need to recognize that, you know, if I'm standing too close to somebody, like I'm pretty tall and I don't want to be like towering over somebody, I might be inadvertently intimidating them. So I'm gonna give them a fair amount of space. You know, I'm not gonna come right up on somebody. is a powerful but difficult technique. This is for advanced empathy practice. Once you've made it through Empathy 101 and Empathy 201 and Empathy 234 and Empathy 345, this is like Empathy 417. This is like upper level empathy. This doesn't mean that we're excusing harmful behavior. What we're trying to do here is open up space for understanding. You know, recognizing that the person you're talking to, you know, maybe they have their own fears, maybe they have their own pressures, maybe that's why they're acting the way that they're acting. I found this one's really important to practice, especially when you're whenever you're working with somebody who has like BPD or something in a professional sense. You know, I had clients on my caseload who had BPD, and I really had to put myself in their position. I used to play a game on the school bus where if I saw somebody out the window, I'd try to put myself in their shoes for as long as I could manage. I was like 6. Look at you, practicing empathy as a youth. You're a natural. Some people really are just natural empaths and they kind of gravitate towards it. It's just something that they do. But something that's also important to consider is extending compassion to yourself as well. Sometimes when we're so wired to be understanding and compassionate of others, we lose ourselves in the mix. We might be people pleasers, we might put ourselves last. Anyway, it's all about that balance. Learning how to see through somebody else's eyes helps you to respond instead of just react. Practicing empathy opens up pathways to compromise or resolution. You know, it can allow you to recognize, like, you know what, they're stressed out right now, so I'm just going to give them some space and then we'll come back and talk about it later. Instead of like, no, I need an answer right now. You got to tell me right now. Quick question for you. What's the difference between a response and a reaction? Thought. Well said. Simply put. A response is more measured and calculating. Precisely. You've put more thought into it. You're like, all right, now what would happen if I said this thing? Well, that wouldn't really help, and that would just make them more upset, so maybe I'll say this thing instead. Yeah, that sounds better. Let's go with that. Let's try to take the path of peace. And on the flip side, a reaction is almost more reflexive. It's more of a reflex. It can be kind of like a knee-jerk thing. And so the key is to just give yourself time to think before you act. That way you give yourself time to respond in a meaningful way. think too much and then say nothing. And that sounds like an overcorrection. We are so motivated to not just be reactive that we overthink what our response should be. We want to try to find a nice balance point between the two. Not overthinking, not underthinking. Just that Goldilocks level of thinking. Also, when in doubt, just say, Hmm. If you ever don't know what to say in a situation, just, You might come up with something. I can't tell you how many times in life I've just not known what words to say, and then I went, And then you know what? I found the words. I think for me, that's an anchored association that I have. It's kind of a reminder that I send to myself to respond rather than to react. Is I go, If you're wanting to stop overthinking so that you can respond more, just start by practicing responding in such a way that it's like very low stakes. Just say like, oh yeah, I've never thought of it that way. Ah, well said. Ah, you brought up an interesting point there. You know, just express approval or agreement. It can be a great way to transition from overthinking into the right amount of thinking. It's a nice in-between before, you're able to like, oh yeah, I really liked what you said there. By the way, have you thought about this as well? And counterpoint, that's what you work up to. Start by just getting more acclimated. Oh, well said. Ah, yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah. Uh-huh. Right? Yeah. Uh-huh. Well, back to it then. All right. Here's another perspective technique for you. We're going to start scaling our problems. Our emotions can make small problems feel massive. And so, in order to regain perspective, we're going to rate the issue on a scale from 1 to 10. So this involves asking yourself, is this really that high or could it be lower? Is this really a 9 or is it closer to a 3? What you'll notice is that many challenges shrink when we compare them to bigger life struggles. What I do is I just compare them to the class war. I'm like, oh yeah, the revolution. That's going to be the big fight. So all this other stuff is just melodrama. So, for example, spilling a coffee could feel like a 7 in the moment. In the moment it feels like, ooh. In the moment it feels like, In the moment it feels like, But when we compare it to other challenges, serious challenges, health, family, class warfare, it's closer to a 1. It's like, it is what it is. I have another presentation that kind of ties into this topic. The presentation was your right to be angry. And we talked about valid reasons why people should be angry. The problem is that we channel that anger, that justifiable anger, into random everyday stuff. Like, yeah, I'm mad because I don't get paid enough. I don't get to go on vacation. I don't have health insurance. I don't know if I'll ever be able to retire. But, ooh, I just can't believe that they changed the Cracker Barrel logo. Oh man, I'm really fucking pissed about that Cracker Barrel logo. They changed it back apparently due to public outcry. They brought the cracker back to Cracker Barrel. I'm allowed to say it because I have the C word pass. Remind yourself that not every problem deserves the same weight. You can save your energy for what truly matters. And so this technique is nice because it helps you to recognize where you're misplacing your anger and frustration. You may have things that are genuinely frustrating to you, but you might be channeling that into stuff that has nothing to do with it. You know, like, sure, we're all mad about class inequality and, you know, the fentanyl epidemic, but that doesn't mean we need to throw our game controller across the room. This is so hard to discipline on. It is until it isn't. Just like anything else, it gets easier. With practice. Also, once it starts to feel helpful, it gets easier to progress. Once you actually start to feel like I'm getting the hang of it, then you're really cruising. It's just getting started and building up momentum that's the hard part. But yeah, this perspective taking technique is also helpful because it's also a nice anger management technique. Why do my neighbors keep coming over? Why aren't they at work? Why are they at my house? Alright, so this one's pretty easy to understand. It's helpful because it can help you to not displace your anger into other areas of your life. Because that's not the same thing as actually processing that anger. If anything, it's just keeping you angrier than you need to be. This one's pretty straightforward. Any questions about this one before we move on? right, let's talk a bit about reframing. Reframing is a technique that we've done entire presentations on it because it's a very useful technique and it has many different applications. But let's apply it to opening up to a new perspective. Let's talk about how reframing can help us to do that. Words shape how we experience reality. Words set the definition. It builds the structure. Reframing is all about changing the language that you use to describe events. And in doing so, it changes the way that you feel about those events. It changes the way that you experience them. This is also a work in progress. That's exactly how you want it to be. Instead of identifying as a failure, saying I failed or believing that I failed, we can reframe that into I learned something valuable. I learned that oil and water do not mix. In those moments when we try and fail, there's a lot that we can learn. And when we are able to learn from those moments, it increases our likelihood of being successful in the future. Instead of reinforcing the idea that I am a failure, because that's just not something you can afford to do. You don't need to reinforce the belief within you that you are a failure. Instead, you want to look at yourself as somebody who can get back up and try again and learn as they go. Instead of identifying as stuck, I am practicing patience. I'm standing in line and I'm tired of waiting here. I have a moment all to myself. I'm practicing patience. Instead of, this ruined everything. This changed my plan, and I can adjust. We'll figure something out. Reframing doesn't mean that things aren't still challenging. It's all about creating a new mindset that helps you to be more resilient. It doesn't take away from the challenge, it doesn't make things less difficult, but it still does something very important. It's helping you to get stronger. It's helping you to recognize your growth. The way that you speak about your life shapes the way that you live it. So if you have any old, dusty, beaten up frames and you're ready to switch those out for some new, cute frames that go better with your new aesthetic, Let's go. Let's go to the home goods store. Let's go get some new frames. Reframing is a really powerful technique, and you can use it in so many different situations. Using it to develop a new perspective on situations is just one way that you can do it. But and so you might ask yourself, well, okay, but how do I know when to reframe a thought? How do I know which thoughts to keep and which thoughts need to be reframed? Well, just run all of your thoughts through that filter. Every time you have a thought, is this a thought I want to keep or is this one I want to reframe? Reframing is one of those things that will get easier the more you practice it. So I would just try to practice it as often as you can remember. You know, use it to reframe stuff that might not even need to be reframed, but just get into the habit of reframing your thoughts. Recognize that maybe your perspective is flawed. Maybe your perspective is setting you up to fail. Maybe your perspective is harmful for you. And maybe opening up to a new perspective would be a good thing. And so this is why we want to just open up to the idea of reframing. If you have a hard time reframing, I would just keep it simple. You know, it can be easier to reframe a thought when we just make a minor change to an existing thought. Sometimes it could be as simple as just turning a thought into a question. Instead of taking it as a statement of fact, it's now something that I'm going to analyze and look at more closely, so that I can determine how valid it is. Chat, has there been anything in your life that you've been able to reframe that you would like to share with us? I want to hear from you. I want to hear your experiences. Is there anything that you can think of that you've been able to reframe? I am not my thoughts. Exactly. You are not your thoughts. You are the thinker of thoughts. You are the thinker of thoughts. I am not my farts. I am the smeller of farts. Instead of thinking everyone hates me, I reframed it to nobody is thinking of anyone. That's a good place to start. It's a great place to start. I think, it's important to recognize that people's opinions of you are probably neutral at worst. And it's also important to remember that people who blindly judge others without getting a chance to actually know them, those aren't really people whose opinions we want to take all that seriously, now is it? So let's say I went to the grocery store and people were thinking funny things about my outfit. It's like, well, who cares what they think? Who cares what they think? They're just a judgmental fool. So why should I take their opinion seriously? Reframe from I hate how I had to go through that to wow, I survived, I'm pretty resilient. We're all survivors. We're all out here living that life. I don't know if you're aware, but we are organic beings living on a ball of mud that's being flung through space. That's pretty crazy. And hey, guess what? We're still here. We haven't succumbed to disease or catastrophe. We're still here, we're still kicking, so that's pretty cool. Maybe we could give ourselves a little bit of credit, you know, for making it this far. If I want to wear hunter camo pants and a lime green shirt, then I do what I want. Yeah, I mean, if you want to dress like you're in a techno music video from 1999, that's a vibe. Go for it. I just throw clothes on. I don't believe in matching. Do you have a favorite outfit? Do you have something that makes you feel good about yourself? Do you ever do just a little bit of vanity as a treat? Anyway, reframing is a really important technique, and if you are interested in learning more about it, I do have a whole presentation on reframing, so it's a technique that we really like. It's very useful. Green checkered baggy Vans pants, a worn sweater, and a random bright shirt with dunks and or boots and a beanie. Sounds like you'd be in a music video. Alright, so we've talked about some different ways to do perspective shifts. We've talked about why perspective shifts are good for us. Let's talk about when they are the most helpful. When do we want to use perspective shifts? They're the most powerful during moments of self-doubt or insecurity. Just think about it. You could free yourself from those feelings if you offer yourself a new perspective. Unless you like self-doubt and insecurity. Do you? Do you? Do you like it? Do you want to keep it? I don't know if you do. I don't know if you do. I think you've outgrown it. I don't think it really suits you anymore. In those moments when we have doubt and insecurity, a new perspective can help to free us from those types of thoughts. I don't know about you, but that sounds pretty good. It sounds pretty good to me. Or how about in those moments when you're feeling a little bit of emotional overwhelm? You're feeling a little bit overwhelmed? It can help you to take a step back from the situation, focus on the bigger picture. Things feel a little bit more in control. Things feel a little bit more manageable. A big one is how it can help you in those moments of conflict or misunderstanding. You know, opening up to a new perspective doesn't just help us with our opinions about us. This can also help us in our personal relationships with other people. Opening up to new perspective can be really important in those moments when we're going through big life transitions or if we're making tough decisions. Opening up to new perspective can help us to make an informed decision. It can help us to make the right choice, or at least the choice that's the best for us, or what's the most fair or balanced or healthy. I still need to learn that feeling emotions is normal and not a scary thing. You gotta feel it to heal it, my friend. Raid Domain, are you into spirituality? Yes. I don't see the harm in having a belief system that makes me feel good about my place in the universe, so long as it does not impose on the rights of anyone else. I'm pro-spirituality, anti-orthodox religion. Not a big fan of the Abrahamic religions. They're a little bit too patronizing. They're a little bit too patriarchal. They're a little bit too regressive. And they're also obsessed with doomsday. They're all just obsessed with the idea of like the final battle or the ascension into heaven. I'm like, no thanks, brother. No thanks. Peace and love. The simplest way to describe my spiritual beliefs are I am the universe experiencing itself, just as you are also the universe experiencing itself, and I try to take my role very seriously. I try to appreciate that opportunity. People often think spirituality is woo-woo stuff, and I feel like they're doing themselves a disservice when they do that because they're shutting themselves off to innate human needs. Like, there's something innate within the human psyche that wants there to be something beyond us. If we are the be-all, end-all to the universe, it's like, that's kind of depressing. It's kind of isolating. But it feels good to feel like there's something beyond me, like I'm not the single most important thing in the universe. Whether or not you subscribe to a foundation or a religion, that doesn't stop people from believing in something above them. For some people, it's money. For some people, money is their God. For other people, their God is love. Would you be okay with love being your God? Is that a God worthy of your worship? Even a hard science perspective feels religious in its own way. Yeah, it's like when you look at existence under a close enough microscope, you're just like in awe at the beauty of it, and you're like, wow. Wow. You pursue a field of science to its end, and what you're left with is wonder and amazement. My quantum physics professor in college was the most spiritual person I ever met. It's interesting that that's, you use the intellect to arrive to the same conclusion. Find a connection to a higher power when I'm in nature, but I identify as atheist. Hard to reconcile the two sometimes. You don't have to believe anybody else's words. You can trust your own feelings. That can be your belief system. Like, I don't believe that there's an angry sky daddy either. I don't think that people go and sit on clouds and play harps for eternity. I don't feel like that's the way it works. I feel like there is energy within the universe, and that energy cannot be created nor destroyed. And so if there is a God in this universe worth your worship, it would be the God of love and light and illumination, awareness. Aggressive nihilism has guided my spirituality. Not a good idea. That's like letting a gremlin cook you dinner. It's going to be disgusting. It's going to be full of hair. It's going to be full of toenails. It's going to be full of boogers. It's just not going to be good. It's not going to be edible. Static nihilism. See, now you're talking. Now you're speaking my language. I don't care. I love it. It's the Charlie XCX philosophy. Anyway, these moments that we've mentioned on this slide, these are the times when our minds are the most rigid. And that's when our mind is the most in need of flexibility. It's not Charlie. Excuse me? What are you talking about? I don't care. I love it. Quit talking to me. I've been derailed. I've been derailed. Let's just keep it moving. Let's just wrap it up. I'm gonna quote that line. It's a motto to live by. I don't care. I love it. All right, let's wrap it up. Perspective is powerful. It's the lens that colors every experience. Shifting perspective can be tricky, but it's a skill that you can develop and it gets easier with practice. And so if it feels difficult now, that doesn't mean it's going to be difficult forever. It does get easier. It's good to actively practice this by just asking yourself, what other angle could I look at this from? Are there any angles I have not yet considered? By making small shifts in our thinking, they create a ripple effect. They change how we feel, which in turn changes how we act and how we connect. And then it feeds back into itself, it changes the way that we think, and then you've now created a positive feedback loop. Your brain likes to operate on these types of loops that are often self-reinforcing. If you're stuck in negative loops, we want to try to set the spin in the other direction. Create a positive feedback loop. You may not always be able to control what happens, but you can always explore new ways of seeing it. I need to update the link. I need to update the link. Thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? Now's your time to voice your opinion. If you want a copy, exclamation slides. I'm going to post it in the Discord. Can't wait to do a presentation on drama addiction. That's going to be a real banger. Bada bing, bada boom. That work? Yep, there we go. Perspective is really everything you experience then in the end, isn't it? Yep. And the thing about perspective is that our perspective can be wrong, but our brain doesn't like to be wrong, and so sometimes we get stuck in perspectives that are harmful to us because we feel like they're correct. And so this is why opening up to new perspectives is so important to do, because it can free you from the traps that you get stuck in, and it can have a cascading effect of positive benefit in your life. You'd be surprised just how much can change once you start to introduce a new way of thinking about something in your life. You know, we've had a lot of success stories here lately. We've had a lot of people sharing their W's, and those successes all stem from small shifts that they made in their perspective. You know, instead of having these self-defeating beliefs, they start to recognize, you know what, maybe I can do it. Maybe I do have what it takes. You know, I'm gonna do it even though it is scary. It hates that the brain, it's weird that the brain hates being wrong. Where in evolution was that necessary? It might not have been. That's the thing. It might not have been. It might not, like, it might not have been necessary. That's the thing about evolution, is that it's an imperfect process. We have other things within our evolution that are unnecessary too. Wisdom teeth, the appendix. You know, there are things about evolution that just are imperfect, and I think that's one of them. As far as why that happened, I feel like, you know, we like to feel confident and assured in our beliefs, even if those beliefs end up being wrong, because there is always the chance that we're confident and assured in the correct set of beliefs, and it helps us to survive and procreate. Yeah, I guess from an evolutionary standpoint, it's like you don't want to be constantly questioning and second guessing yourself, because then you just won't do anything. But you also don't want to be so sure of yourself that you keep making the same mistakes. We also basically stopped evolving in the scientific sense like 10,000 years ago. Yep, we're still running on Ice Age hardware, isn't that cool? So whenever you feel anxious about, you know, going to a party or going grocery shopping, it's like your brain thinks you're having to fight a saber-toothed tiger. It treats it with the same level of intensity. Must fight for my life. Let's see, well, still caught up in the question box. So I tell you what, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. If you have any questions that you'd like to drop in the box, we'll take those. But we'll see what happens when we get back. So let's take a quick break. I'm gonna run to the restroom. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the box and we'll get to them when we get back. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate you. We'll be back in just a moment.
I'm big. Beaver? Beaver, what are you doing there? What are you doing in this cat montage, Beaver? How'd you get in there? Beaver, get out of there. You're not supposed to be there. You're supposed to be at my house. Silly cat. Always getting into mischief. Always getting into mischief. Alright, we got some questions in the box. Nice, nice, nice. As usual, how was the bathroom break? It was okay. I've had better. It was fine. Nothing too exceptional. Standard. Music down a little bit. All right. Is it a good poop? Yeah, all that cabbage I ate. It's been flushing me out. I'm an empty vessel. I'm outside and there are so many squirrels burying nuts. Yeah, it's like a seasonal thing for them. We haven't seen Newton in a few days. He's off running around with other squirrels burying nuts and stuff. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing they do. Oh, hi, Miss Poopy. Welcome. Welcome to the desk. I'll go ahead and open up a spot for you there. Well, aren't you cute? Aren't you just a cute little kitty? Thought he would be back by now. Newton, he's a male squirrel, and he's, you know, he's been going for longer and longer times, and I think he's just, you know, he's out there living that squirrel life. He's out there living that squirrel life, learning what squirreling's all about, and we're here for it. You know, I miss him. It'd be nice to see him again. It'd be nice to have a little visit from the boy, but you know, I feel good. I feel proud of how we were able to rehabilitate him successfully. I'm just imagining him out there having fun. Just imagine him out there having fun. Can you give me some cowboy motivation to be able to handle work? Thanks, partner. You know, it would have been nice. It would have been nice if he left a note. But, you know, squirrels aren't the most considerate. They're not the most considerate, I fear. But no, in the week leading up to him moving, he, you know, he was meeting other squirrels. He was, you know, spending more and more time away from the house, and so it just makes sense. You know, that's just like a lot of the squirrels in the neighborhood are kind of AWOL right now. We don't see very many of them, and I think that's because they're off doing their squirrely business. They're doing their disbursement. It's a thing they do. You know, we've learned a lot about squirrel behavior. There's some squirrel lore I missed. I'd be happy to catch up on the squirrel lore. We'll do that after this question. Can you give me some cowboy motivation to be able to handle work? Thanks, partner. Sure thing, partner. Sometimes it's rough out there when you're out riding that dusty trail. But what's important is to keep your head up, keep moving towards that horizon, and know that there are better days waiting for you ahead. So just keep on trucking, my friend. You'll be just fine. Newton was the baby squirrel that we found in the backyard, and we rehabbed him. From a tiny little baby. He was actually a lot smaller than that. He was, tiny little guy. Whenever we found him, he was just a little bean. Just a little bean. Go to the end where he's built like a cinder block. Oh yeah, he's an absolute unit now. Here, let's find a more recent picture. Oh, here you go. Here's a video. Always cherish the time we had together, being able to take care of him from a little baby to a full-grown big boy. It'd be nice to see him again, so hopefully he comes back. But if he doesn't, you know, I still feel proud that we did the right thing. We took care of him and we got him set up to where he'd be able to make it out there in the wild. Because that's what he wants to do, you know, he's a wild animal. He wants to go out there and live that life. We gave him a second chance at that. So I'm thinking right now he's just out there spending more time with other squirrels and burying nuts, and who knows what he's doing. But it's normal for male squirrels especially to go out and kind of like expand their territory around this time of year, so I think that's just kind of what he's out there doing. He could be skateboarding right now for all we know. He could be water skiing. All right, we got some questions in the box, so let's get to it. All right, let's take a look at this one. My girlfriend of 5 years recently left me. We ended on good terms, but we're in a no contact phase right now. After this breakup, I've learned that I'm an anxious type while she's an avoidant type. She wants space because she feels like she's lost herself and wants space for me to change. I feel so lost because in our relationship, I was worried about losing her, but she is more worried about losing herself. Just wondering if you can offer any insight or advice for me. So we've gone through a breakup, but we're also aware of attachment theory, so let's talk about it. The goal here would be for both of you to develop a more secure attachment style. If you have an attachment style that is anxious or avoidant or disorganized, the goal is to develop a more secure attachment style. You're not locked in with whatever your attachment style currently is. And so that's important to remember. A what theory? Attachment styles. Let me pull up the thing. So we talked about anxious attachment styles. The traits of this are a fear of abandonment or being unwanted. You might become overly preoccupied with relationships. You crave closeness and validation but struggle to feel reassured. And sensitive to perceived rejection and may seek constant contact. On the surface, this is a type of person that might appear to be clingy, but underneath, they simply have a strong desire to feel safe and loved. And then with an avoidant attachment style, this person can sometimes view intimacy as a loss of independence. They might struggle to express their emotions or ask for help. They prefer to keep people at a distance, especially during times of stress, and they may come across as aloof or emotionally unavailable. Avoidantly attached people often value control over vulnerability. And so you have somebody who, fears abandonment, and then you have another person who fears losing their sense of self because they value their independence. Would it surprise you that anxious and avoidant people often find their way to each other in relationships? It's pretty common that you see this particular mix in relationships because you kind of cover for each other's emotional blind spots. I I feel like people treat attachment styles like they are astrology signs. It's true, they do. They view it as if this is just who I am and it's who I'm always going to be, and it's not necessarily true. Once you're aware of how you attach, you can work on it. But you have to understand how you attach before you can understand what you need to work on. And so the goal is to develop more secure attachment styles. And it might not have been able to be possible within the relationship to do that. I don't think that your ex was wrong in saying that you both needed space to learn and to grow. Because when you find people who end up in relationships where one is anxious and the other is avoidant, it kind of forms this feedback loop where, nobody is really satisfied. And so it sounds like you both have your own growing to do and both have your own healing to do, and that's okay. For her, she's going to have to learn how to prioritize other people as well instead of just focusing on her own independence. And for you, you're going to have to start prioritizing yourself instead of always putting other people first. Does it make sense why people like this might find themselves in relationships together? An avoidant person prioritizes themselves and their own emotional well-being, and an anxious person also prioritizes that person's well-being. And so it's this situation where it feels as if everybody's getting what they need, but in reality, it's often a volatile mix. Anyways, I'm sorry to hear about the breakup. It's not easy, especially when it's been going on for so long. But I would just try to look at this as an opportunity for your growth. Hopefully she's out there learning and growing herself. Hopefully she finds peace. But hopefully you find peace too. We don't have to end with vitriol for the other person. We can hope that the other person goes on and finds what they're looking for. So take some time and put yourself first. Do things because you want to do them. Do things because they make you happy. Working on developing more secure attachment will be a lifelong process because that's what it's all about. It's all about becoming more secure. There is no end. You can always be more secure. And so you can continue to do that for the rest of your life. That's okay. It's just about being as secure as you can be. What if you don't know what makes you happy? Then you get to go out there and experiment, you little scientist. You get to go out there and experiment and figure out what it is that makes you happy. Not necessarily a bad thing. There are worse things to experiment on. I'm a historian, sir. Well, which fact from history makes you happy? Anonymous, thank you for gifting that sub to Vino's Vision. Can I ask you a question? Do you want to be happy? Then do it. Let me ask you another question. Is there anything that's actually stopping you from being happy right now in this moment? Even if it's just for a few seconds? Even if it's just for a fleeting moment? Is there anything stopping you from doing that? Is there anything actually stopping you from being happy in this moment? Even if it's just for a second or two. We don't need lifelong happiness, at least not yet. We're working up to that. What we're working on is learning how to open up that window so that we can let happiness in. What you've probably discovered is that humans are very good at talking themselves out of happiness. You know, you could be sitting on the beach, eating a chili dog, drinking a slushie, just living your best life. And then you're reminded of something that's going on. It might not be anything around you, it might be something thousands of miles away, but you're reminded of it. And now I'm sad. Now I'm unhappy. Because there's people suffering in the world. You can't afford to wait until everyone is free of suffering to be happy. Because you're just going to be waiting forever. You're never going to get there. It might sound silly, but you can actually practice allowing yourself to be happy. Just say to yourself, for the next 5 seconds, I'll allow myself to be happy, and then do it. You can do anything for 5 seconds, I believe in you. And then practice doing it for longer and longer amounts of time. And once you get really good at it, nothing will be able to bring you down. You'll be an unstoppable force. Alright, let's see what this is. YouTube link. I never thought I'd relate to a character more and not know why.
Hello, honey.
Okay, hold on. Let me pause the music.
Hey, Mom. Hello, honey.
Where do we go when we die?
Oh, well, we go somewhere very, very nice. And very far away where everyone we love is.
Mom,
Yes?
why do I miss people who hurt me?
That's because you're a dummy. Okay? Dumb little, stupid little dum-dum.
We can all be stupid little dum-dums sometimes. It's okay. we've all done it. We've all been there. But it's about recognizing when you are so that you can do better. It's not about being perfect. I didn't know I had a favorite number till I heard the number 42. It's the answer to life, the universe, and everything. How do crisis support calls work? It kind of depends based on what it is that you want to talk to them about. You know, some people call crisis support lines just because they're feeling stressed and overwhelmed. Some people do it because they're having dark thoughts and they want some comfort and reassurance. But in general, what you can expect when you make a crisis support call is you'll be able to talk to somebody who is empathetic and compassionate and who's just able to be with you and talk to you about whatever it is that you're going through. I have a lot of respect for the people who volunteer to work as a crisis support phone operator. It's a wonderful service, and I encourage people to utilize it when they need to. $42. $420. It's all coming together. It's all coming together. Chat, if anybody here has ever accessed a crisis line before and they've called and you know a little bit more about how the process goes and you care to share, please do. No pressure though. If you don't, obviously you can keep that entirely to yourself if you'd like. But I've never called one directly, so I can't give you more like concrete of like what the experience is like, but a lot of people use them, so I've heard a lot of good things. Frequent caller, we're glad you're still here. Yeah, they kind of have to figure out if you're at an immediate risk of harming yourself or someone else. That's kind of how they do like a when you meet somebody to talk about a crisis, they want to make sure that you're not in any immediate danger or that nobody else is in any immediate danger. And then depending on how you answer those questions is how they will steer the conversation. Some places will have crisis centers, so they're a bit less intense than like an inpatient stay at like a hospital. Some places will have crisis centers where you can stay there for up to like 23 hours, because you know just the way that it's like kind of a loophole. It's like you can go there and you can stay, but you don't, as long as you don't stay for more than a day, it's not considered a hospitalization. So it's a nice in-between. It's not as intense. You know, you can just go and chill and relax and level out and then get back to it. Yeah, it's a shame what the military has done to so many people just by, you know, putting them into conflict, putting them in harm's way, you know, for nothing, really. It's all just a bunch of meaningless nonsense. It's all just theater. But, yeah, I definitely, I have a soft spot for people who have, like, PTSD as a result of, you know, being in the military, because a lot of them were sold a lie. You know, a lot of them were sold on this idea. It's like, oh, it's an easy way to pay for college. It'll set you up with all sorts of careers. It's like, well, what they don't tell you is that you're probably going to watch some of your friends die, or you might lose a leg, you know, and you're going to have, you know, a PTSD response whenever the 4th of July happens. So I feel bad for them. I have empathy for them. I don't think people that join the military are necessarily bad people. I feel like a lot of them are just doing what they think is the right thing, and they're doing what they think is a good and noble thing. They don't realize that they're being manipulated. Is it a legitimate worry that a crisis hotline will send the police if somebody is threatening to harm themselves? I don't think it happens in 100% of situations. It kind of just depends. Also, depending on where you're at, the level of response might be different. Some police departments have like specially trained officers that are meant to handle those types of situations, because just showing up with, you know, fully decked out police officers is surely a way to exacerbate a situation. Vision, thank you for the 5. I really appreciate you taking the time to read my message and offering the great advice you give. You are welcome. Thank you for the 5. I always thought it was ironic we celebrate freedom in July 4th by triggering veterans with PTSD with fireworks. Exactly. You know, it's all about support the troops until it comes to taking care of the troops that you've scarred mentally and physically by sending them into, you know, overseas imperialistic efforts. It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. America has never cared about their vets, IMO. Can't even give him housing. Just wait till we're doing massive drone shows. Yep. It'll bring back PTSD flashbacks of the drone swarms. Hear that buzzing noise. Bzzz, the drone. Uh-oh, drone coming in. Dad, it's such a douche nozzle. You could just leave it at that. You could just leave it at that. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of this scene from a book. There's a book, it's called Stranger in a Strange Land, and it's about a human that was raised on Mars, and so he's basically an alien in many ways, except for his physical appearance. But he's at the zoo, and he's watching the monkeys in the monkey exhibit, and he sees a monkey, and it's got a piece of fruit, and a bigger monkey comes over, and it steals the fruit from the smaller monkey, and it roughs him up a bit, and then it runs off and eats its fruit. And so, what does the monkey do? Does he go fight the bigger monkey to take his fruit back? No, he goes and he picks on an even smaller monkey. And that scene in the book is where he finally gets it. He's like, oh, I understand people now. Monkey scene from the movie Nope. Yeah, a stark reminder of just how dangerous chimpanzees can be. But anyway, you don't need to be out there traumatizing the dog to feel better about your own trauma. Miss Poopy, what are you thinking about? What's on your mind, little kitty? Tell my dad that? I could. You want me to? Or do you want to do it? Did I end up doing that show about leftist infighting? Not yet. It's still on deck. Just haven't felt like doing it yet because I have a feeling I'm just gonna get very annoyed. The material's good. Material's good. The presentation's ready. I might just do it. I might just send it. We'll see. Be stressed real quick? No. Not you. Nope, sorry. Sorry. That's not allowed. We don't do that here. I don't know what gave you that impression, but that's not really our thing. Literally drove past the mass shooting this morning, wondering why there were so many cops and ambulances when just the other day there was another shooting the other day, like 15 minutes away from today's. Yeah, I don't think that people take it seriously enough that guns are literally the #1 cause of death for children in America. I feel like people don't take that devastating statistic nearly seriously enough. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with us? Do you need to own an emotional support rifle that badly? B. Wayne, thank you for the 40 months, partner. We appreciate you. I think a lot of Americans are just obsessed with the idea of revolution. And so we're like, no, we need our guns in case we need to overthrow a tyrannical government. And I'm like, well, get to it then. What are you waiting for? They're doing it right now. That government you've been talking about? They're deploying the National Guard all over the place. What are you doing? Get to revolting. Go ahead. Go on. You got piles and piles of guns. Go ahead. Do the revolution. This is what you've been waiting for, right? This is why you have all the guns? Second Amendment? Gotta overthrow the tyrannical government and go do it. What are you waiting for? Oh, wait, what's that? They're all actually joining ICE instead? Oh, so it turns out they're hypocrites and cowards. Who knew? Who could have guessed? Who could have possibly guessed that people who own way too many guns would be tremendous cowards deep down? Who would have guessed? The really fucked up part about America is that they've stopped reporting on every mass shooting, because if they did, they would have to report on average 2 a day. The really fucked up part is that we only hear about the really fucked up mass shootings. We're just beyond the pale, I fear. Yeah, in recent years, the lowest was 503 mass shootings in a year, and that was during COVID. I would have words for the government, but I don't need to be on a watch list. Well, you're probably already on one, so fuck it. They can't deport all of us. Anyway, doesn't this shit just really grind your gears? Doesn't this shit just really piss you off?
See, the rain is nice, but gee, I don't really like getting wet. What in the world? No, I went under the awning. It's still raining. Why is it still raining? I did what I was supposed to. That's not fair.
Relatable. We did what we were supposed to, and then they make us feel like fools for doing what they told us to do. You gotta make sure you go to college, or else you're never gonna get a job. Like, okay, I went to college. Oh, okay, cool. You actually should have gone to trade school. Why'd you go to college? Gotta skedaddle. See you later. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. About the attachment styles, how does one... I think this is supposed to say overcome, but we have one of the most glorious typos I've ever seen in my life. Onabovervoam. I'm assuming this is overcome extreme avoidance behaviors. The distancing makes itself difficult to start relationships to get experiences in which to change the behavior. This is a good observation. You're recognizing that your avoidant behaviors are reinforcing themselves. And the only way to overcome them is to do the opposite. I'm going to have to start pushing back against those urges to avoid and isolate. And so do it in ways that are small but meaningful. You know, try to say hello to more people out in public. Try to spend more quality time with people that make you feel safe and comfortable. You overcome avoidant behavior by recognizing what it's making you do and then doing the opposite of that thing. Avoidant behavior is something that we learn. It's not something that we're born with. It's not something that we can't grow out of. It's something that we can unlearn. It's something that we can learn to handle differently. And so you have to put yourself out there. You have to start engaging with people, and you have to start building and reinforcing those new pathways. It gets easier. Getting started is the hardest part. It'll feel scary, it'll feel impossible. You gotta try it anyway. We'll be here rooting you on. We'll be here celebrating your success. I'm working on this in therapy right now, so this is good. I think recognizing that this is something that a lot of people struggle with. Like, the lockdown and COVID really messed up a lot of people with, like, reinforcing their avoidant behavior. You got a lot of people who just don't go outside as much. You got a lot of people who don't spend as much time with their friends. Applies to me being an anxious attachment style, working on becoming more secure. True. True. It's all about finding that balance, because a secure attachment style is very balanced. You know, I can prioritize my own needs, but I can also tend to the needs of the people I care about. It doesn't have to be me versus them. It doesn't have to be, you know, anybody outpacing or outranking the other. We can see things as more fair and equitable. Sometimes all it takes is just finding somebody that you can actually have a fair and balanced relationship with, and it'll completely change your perspective on what a relationship can be. This person could be a counselor, this person could be a friend, this person could be a peer in a support group. There's all sorts of people that you can find that can give you that balanced, healthy, secure relationship that you're craving. Therapy is also really helpful in unlearning these types of behaviors, because it can help you to recognize your patterns, it can help you to figure out what next steps to take, it can help you to recognize your progress and your growth. So these types of things can definitely be handled. These types of things can definitely be unlearned as we work on learning new ways of approaching our relationships. I also think it's okay to be excited at the progress. It's okay to be excited at the prospect of your own growth. You know, we don't need to figure out like, oh no, I have an anxious or an avoidant attachment style. Woe is me. When you're really committed to growth and personal development, you'll start to crave that feeling of self-discovery where you feel like, okay, yeah, another area for growth. Very cool. They fluctuate with time? They do, and they can also fluctuate in between your different relationships. I've never been to therapy, but heavily considering it lately. Any advice you can give to get started? First off, don't feel like you have to spill your entire life history right from the get-go. You can meet somebody for therapy and have it be a very specific goal. You know, you can go there and have a very clear idea of what it is you want to work on, and they can help you to work on it. Oh, you're right. I did do a presentation on it. I did. It's one of those things you can do prep work ahead of time. Recently than this, but I guess it wasn't. Guess it's been a minute. Oh, there it is. December of last year? Feels like there's just not enough time, relationships, work, entertainment, let alone kids. Yep. It's about making time. You know, sometimes you gotta balance the scales a little bit. This presentation's okay. It's pretty good. I think an important thing, you know, I'll just keep it simple. I don't want to overwhelm you with information. If you're interested in starting therapy, try to let go of any pre-existing thoughts about what therapy is. Just go there and see for yourself what it's like and see what it can do for you. Because we have this idea of what therapy is. Is there any way I can access these presentations? I post a lot of them in the Discord and some of the other ones. You just have to ask. You just have to let me know which ones you want. Horde, my presentation horde. Look at all these. Oh, the great format shift of 2024. The great template shift. Definitely not a cult, by the way. Just so you know. Definitely not. I keep eating these chocolates. These Trader Joe's dark chocolate power berries. Atticus, are you okay? He's over here crying to get out of the room. I'm gonna let him out real quick. I'll be right back. Let me let Atticus out of the room. stayed. Miss Poopy stayed with me. There's no way you're a straight man with a brain this powerful. Hey, we exist, alright? We're out here. We're out here, alright? We do exist. Spoopy, can you get your tail out of the way? Munchkin. She's a tiny kitty. Isn't she so little? She's got her motor going too. You want to hear it? Well, gang. Unless I get another question here in the next few seconds, I think we're gonna call it. I think we've reached a good stopping point. We've made some good progress today. You know, it's nice to look at your life as different eras. You know, maybe you had an era where you were just a little bit more, you know, a little bit more whatever. You know, and this could be your self-improvement era. This could be your growth era. Hey, baby. Oh, yeah, I'm about to finish, so I'll come out there, yeah. Can we get a cooking stream this weekend? Well, alright everybody, I'm gonna send you over to Vio because it's Vio's birthday, so go tell Vio we said happy birthday. That's gonna be it for me today. I'll be back tomorrow. You all have a great night, alright? Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for hanging out. Thanks for being here. We're still going to Haunted Hotel. We rescheduled. So we're not going today. We rescheduled, so we're going to go another time. Have a great night, everybody. Thanks for hanging out. You're all wonderful. Thank you. Every day is Vio's birthday. True, but I think today's her actual birthday. But it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell when every day is your birthday what day your actual birthday is. Well, you can hear those dogs are barking, so let's go tend to them. All right, everybody, have a great night. I'll see you all later. Bye. I'll see you out there on the dusty trail.
Careful!
Did you guys see Vio's asshole?
Oh, not for that. Joshua! Thank you so much for the raid! Hi, guys. It's Tanu's birthday. Say happy birthday to Tanu. Or you and Casey gotta visit soon. Or Joshua is living my dream. My Snow White dream.
Child abuse.
The Brain Domain subscribe for 25
Thank you for the 25! Welcome back!
Celebrate.
I need more updates on little squirrel guy.
Oh, hey, the Brain Domain.
I need more
dropping
videos.
that
I need
sub
more
like it's
updates.
hot.
I need more like
25 months damn
personality
dedication. You know,
updates. I need
what's even hotter than that?
everything.
Dropping.
I
a
will read
200
the fuck out of
bomb
that
and
book.
watching me lose my damn mind, begging for more. It's a sickening thought, isn't it? Make it happen, baby.
What's he saying? What is this thing? Guys, look. I'm gonna beat him. I did it. Oh, fuck! Uh-oh. He did not like that. He did not like that. He did not like that. He did not like me doing that. Ah, ooh, chilla. Couple more, boom. Boom! Oh, missed the boom. Boom! One more. One more boom! One more boom! One more boom! You got this, Tanu! Let's go! One more boom! I believe. Boom! Hell yeah. Call me. God, this third guy is kind of heavy, huh? I hate that boss. Which one? There were 3. Are we going into the spirit shelter? Day 3. Vagina. Wow. Vagina. We're gonna enter it. We're gonna enter it. We're entering the coochie. Cult coochie members assemble. The coochie is being entered. Oh, it's a little dusty in there. Okay. A little stinky. That's fine. VO wine. I love it so much. Joshua, have you seen the new emotes? If you're still here. A little dusty in here. Is that sand? What the fuck? Oh my goodness, so beautiful. I don't want to kill you. You're so pretty. You're so fucking pretty. I don't want to kill you. What the fuck? You're so pretty. Fuck you! Never mind, you fucking piece of shit, bitch! Come here! Come here! You just wait till I'm up again, you fucking asshole! Motherfucker! Okay, I'm up again. That's right. That's right. It's over for this fucking guy. It's over for this motherfucker. Watch. Boom. I missed. Okay, that I thought it would like reach him. I thought it would go for him or something. What was that? What does that do? Okay, calm down, calm down. Calm down with your whippy whip. Okay, that one follows him. Kind of. It's still following him. Oh, it's still following him. Oh, nope. It's following. Maybe I'm like too far. We need to get careful. Did that go into Ah! For the cocktail, did you treat FD for a bit? Oh, what is that? I'm so scared. Bitch, fuck you. Come here. This asshole is facing me. Oh, he's not like me now. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. Ooh, ooh. Okay, fuck. Stop looking at me. Stop looking at me. Do I need FP for ult? Wait, it's 3 yet again. I'm shaking right now, the ocean. Chill. Ooh! Can I like... Oh. What is this? I'm like way too far for that. I didn't mean to go close. I don't want to get closer to you. I don't. This whore. Oh. 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 All right, we're ulting. I don't know what the fuck that did, but we ulted. We did the thing. I'm doing things. I'm doing big damage things. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. I'm doing it, chat. I don't know what I'm doing. We did things. He's dead! First try. Yeah! Oh, what's happening? What's all this? What's this about? That was sick. We won. What was sick? The ult? The fight?
The night has been vanquished.
The fact that we're almost halfway to me doing a baking stream for you?
After an
Our
age
run?
of
Oh,
struggle.
yeah! Oh, that was a whole run. Oh.
This is a fine achievement for
You literally
which
first
I am
tried it?
grateful.
Yeah!
Indeed, a promising first step.
We're speed running too.
However,
I was going so fast.
the Night Lord yet lives. There are others.
I doubted
Too many,
Vio.
I'm
Why?
afraid. It is not yet clear what this means.
We
but
did
that
just
beast
fine.
Left a trace, and I believe with traces enough, the parts will begin to resemble a whole. As such, our purpose remains unchanged. Stay the path.
The stupid
and
song is
vanquish
stuck in
our
my head.
foes.
I don't even
I
like
pray
it.
for your success.
But I kept fucking like getting it on my TikTok. This song. If it's stuck in my head, it needs to be stuck in your head.
Like sugar on my tongue, tongue, tongue. Your body is so sweet, sweet, sweet. Invite me if you come, come, come. It's all I want to eat, eat. Like sugar in my mama, on my tongue, tongue.
I'll show you.
Tongue. Your body is so sweet, sweet, sweet. Invite me if you come, come, come. It's all I want to eat, eat, eat. Tell your mama, tell them what. Tell your daddy, tell them what. Tell the bitches, let you know what you heard about me. Tell your mama, tell your mama, tell your daddy, tell the world. Tell the world. Like sugar on my tongue. Like sugar on my tongue. Are you from Mars? Like sugar on my tongue, tongue, tongue. Your body is so sweet, sweet, sweet. Invite me if you come, come, come.
Fuck, it's gonna be stuck in my head even more now. Why did I do this to myself? It's very catchy. I need you to send that to Discord, please. Will do. Oh no. Ooh. Not the nausea kicking in. Oh, come on. I was good all day. I was good all day. Do you see your souls in the bottom right? I have 400k. I have nothing to spend them on. Oh, what do I spend these on? 400,000. Girl. We can play more later if you want, Tanu.
I love
I might have to pop up.
child abuse.
Caroline. Oy. I honestly didn't expect us to win first try. It was such a good run. You did amazing. Me either. Why? Danny, thank you so much for the gifty. Dun, 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 down, down, down. We're 8 away from another wheel spin. Ooh. I'm thinking. That song is so catchy. I know, right? Dun, 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 bam, bam. It's gonna be stuck in my head all day. I already know it. I already fucking know it. Back from laundry? Alright, you need to be looped in on the newest catchy song. So it's stuck in your head as well.
Like sugar on my tongue, tongue, tongue. Your body is so sweet, sweet, sweet. Invite me if you come, come, come. It's all I want to eat, eat, eat. Tell your mama, tell them what. Tell your daddy, tell them what. Tell the bitches, let you know what you heard about me. Tell your mama, tell your mama, tell your daddy, tell your daddy, tell the world. Like sugar on my tongue. Like sugar on my tongue.
I have impromptu guests who are also coming over in like a couple of hours. Feels bad, man. What does this mean? I'm just gonna do
Like sugar on my tongue.
Not me accidentally scrolling to the furry version. That startled me. I'm gonna do a long stream tomorrow for sure. We're gonna do more. We could do birthday part 2 and do more Night Rain. And then do some Doomsday afterwards. God, it's stuck in my head. It's stuck in my head. I'll be at work. Okay, once you're back. Easy clap. You'll have something to look forward to when you come home. Oh god, the nausea's getting worse. So fucking annoying, dude. Okay, chat. Who was on? Who is on? Oh, you know what? Joel came in earlier. Let's go to Joel. Bonk. No, how dare you bonk me? How dare them? All right, chat. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Tanu, I hope you have an amazing rest of your birthday. I'm going to mail that BBL Labubu over to you ASAP. It's top of my priority list. It has to get to you. I'm sorry for cutting it short today.
Suavemente, bésame.
Stick around for a raid.
Que quiero
I'll
sentir
see you
tus
tomorrow.
labios
Bye.
besándome otra vez. Suavemente, bésame. Que quiero sentir tus labios besándome otra vez. Suave, bésame, bésame. Suave,
Oh my god, we can show Joel our new